Mic check 1 2. Barn area. Mic check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. A mic check. Sound check for the barn area. For the barn area sound check. Attention barn area, we're ready to roll for the qualifiers today. You can bring them out for the first qualifier. We've got 3 all together. And once again, we ask for your cooperation backside. Warm-ups from here on in take place on the back track. Warm-ups from here on in today will take place on the back track, and we want to thank you for your cooperation. So backside, bring them out for the first qualifier. Qualifier 1 up next.
They won't start without me. And that's a new...
gave me that son of a bitch.
What?
Well, she just gave it to me and I lost it already. Hey, this is funny right here.
Oh,
Now,
it's
it's
in
ready.
the qualifier. It's in the X-ray.
Later, buddy. Shit.
If I get hungry, I know where to call.
Starters called for the horses to line up for the first of three qualifiers. The first of three qualifiers getting set to go behind the gate. Gates rolling. The first of three qualifiers here this morning have hit the top of the stretch. A field of four here on the trot, including the one Smokes Arising, two Lustrous Diamond, three Magic Fashion, and the four Hijacks. There they go. They're off and trotting, except for the three Magic Fashion jumped it off well before the start. Meanwhile, Lustrous Diamond has trotted out for that early lead. There toward the inside comes Smokes Arising as they head on into that turn. Getting away, racing in third. That's Hijacks, and now back on the trot, but well back there to Magic Fashion. The field is midway into that turn and heading toward the opening quarter pole, and that's Lustrous Diamond who trots with the lead, a length and a half from Smokes Arising. A gap of about 7 lengths here now, racing back there in third, a little funky gated. It's Hijacks, even farther back, Magic Fashion. As they head up the backside that first quarter, 29-4, and as they straighten out on the backside now and head down toward the half, Rick Schrock and Lustrous Diamond are on the motor here today in the first of three qualifiers. Right there and tracking that leader, Juan Franco and Smokes Arising, at least 10 lengths back now, back in third. That is Hijacks, far back to Magic Fashion. Just past the half-mile mark as they now head toward the far turn, and it is Lustrous Diamond who continues to trot with the lead. The half came up 101-1. So they trot into the far turn. Illustrious Diamond Mane attaining that lead. It's now up to almost 2 lengths here from Smokes Arising in second. It's a dozen lengths back in third to High Jacks, and well back, that's Magic Fashion. They're into the far turn here, approaching the 3/4 pole, and it's the 2-year-old filly Illustrious Diamond now starting to extend her lead here to 3. Back in second is Smokes Arising, and then it's double digits back there to High Jackson. Even further back, Magic Fashion, 3/4 time, 133 flat. Top of the lane, Illustrious Diamond trotting away here for Rick Schrock. The lead is now out to double digits. Back in second, Smokes Arising. It'll be from gate to wire in the first qualifier. Illustrious Diamond gonna win it by probably 12 to 15 lengths in the end of it all. Smokes Arising will be second best, and then it'll be High Jacks and Magic Fashion. 2:02-3, Illustrious Diamond. First qualifier in the book, Smokes Arising second, Illustrious Diamond your qualifying winner, Magic Fashion fourth, High Jacks third, top down 2-1-4-3 fractions, track rated fast at this time, first quarter 29-4, half 101-1, 3/4 time in 133, and the winning time today, Illustrious Diamond, was 2:02-3. All right, barn area, bring them out for the second qualifier. Qualifier number 2 is up next. You can bring them out. The second of 3 qualifiers is up next. The field for our second qualifier have arrived onto the track, just awaiting for the track crew to complete their work. And then we'll have the starter call for the horses to line up for our second of 3 qualifiers. Once again, barn area, we ask for your cooperation from here on in today, please. Your warm-ups take place on the back track. Warming up takes place on the back track. Thank you. Starters called for the horses. Still line up. Fields lined up in behind the gate for the second of 3 qualifiers here today. They include the 1 Rockin' Vicky with J.J. Carter. The 2 horses are Buddy Boy. Note the driver changed to Mike Rogers. 3 is Midnight Prowler, 1 of 2 from Gary Rath. Gary Rath will drive. 4, Higher Voltage and Casey Leonard scratch the 5. 6 is Best in the Shadow with Wyatt Avenetti to be announced. And the 7, Bye Bye Flicka and Connor Prather. Here they come. There they go. Often pacing Bye Bye Flicka from the far outside, trying for that early lead toward the inside. Now comes our Buddy Boy. Rockin' Vicky is there along the inside as those 3 will head for that first turn. And as they corner into the turn, Bye Bye Flicka from the outside now reaching for that lead and has taken the lead from our Buddy Boy. That's a Rockin' Vicky who landed racing in 3rd. Higher Voltage has come away racing in 4th. Then a length and a half back there. That is a Midnight Prowler, a gap of 2.5. to Best in Shadow. Rough gated and off stride there at the turn was Higher Voltage, has jumped it off, so they're past the quarter, heading up the backside. That first quarter came up 30-4. Bye Bye Flicka and Connor Prather on the lead here. Tracking in that 2-hole is our Buddy Boy. It's a length and a half to Rockin' Vicky going along in the 3rd, and that is Higher Voltage, who's caught back on quickly here and is racing gapped about 2.5 there in 4th. That's another 2 then to the Wrath the horses Midnight Prowler and Best in Shadow. Past the half, heading toward the far turn, continuing to roll along with the lead. It's a bye-bye Flicka. Action in the backfield, half 102 and 2, and now moving up very quickly on the outside. That is Casey Leonard, and Higher Voltage trying it first up, looking to angle off the rail there. That's our Buddy Boy racing in third. Up on the outside is that Midnight Prowler toward the fence there. That's a rockin' Vicky the trailer. Best in Shadow just past the three-quarter pole, and that is now Higher Voltage from the outside, getting the lead from Bye-Bye Flicka. Up on the outside, our Buddy Boy third, three-quarters, 134 and 1, straightening out and headed for home. Higher Voltage with that lead. Bye-Bye Flicka trying to come back a little to the outside here. Our Buddy Boy locked in, nowhere to go. Rockin' Vicky in deep stretching qualifier number 2. It's Higher Voltage gonna get there to get the job done today. Close for second. It was either Best in Shadow or our Buddy Boy, and then it was back there to Rockin' Vicky, followed then by Bye-Bye Flicka. Winning time coming up here.
204 flat.
204 flat. Higher Voltage. And the gate for the second of our Buddy Boy. That's a rockin' Vicky who landed racing in third. Higher Voltage has come away racing in fourth. Then a length and a half back there. That is a Midnight Prowler. A gap of 2.5 to Best in Shadow. Rough gated it off stride there at the turn was Higher Voltage, has jumped it off, so they're past the quarter, heading up the backside. That first quarter came up 30 and 4 by Best in Shadow. Rough gated it off. Qualifier number 2 is in the books. Here's how they finished. Rockin' Vicky fourth, our Buddy Boy third, Midnight Prowler was sixth. Higher Voltage, your qualifying winner. Scratch the 5, Goshen Trail Art. Best in Shadow was second. Bye-Bye Flicka finished fifth. Recheck top 4, 3, 6, 1 scratch, 2, and 5 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 30 and 4, the half in 102 and 2, three-quarter time 134 and 1, and the mile here in qualifier 2 turned out to be 204 flat. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for the third and final qualifier here today. Third and final qualifier coming up. Please note, we've got a total of 5 scratches in this third and final qualifier. For those keeping score here today, in the upcoming third and final qualifier, scratch the numbers 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. That's 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8 are not starting in the final qualifier today. Our starters are the 1, 3, and the 6. Bring them out for qualifier 3. Qualifier 3, we're ready to roll. Bring them out. We're still awaiting the arrival of the 1 for the third and final qualifier from the Jamaica Patent Barn. The 1, Katie's Bright Star. We're ready to go. You can bring out the 1, Katie's Bright Star from the Jamaica Patent Barn. Qualifier, third and final qualifier, ready to go. Bring them out to the track. Third and final qualifier. Starters are all out, just a moment away from the start. Track crew completing their work. We will have the starter calling for our final qualifier horses on the track here, and we should be getting underway just very shortly. Starter has called for the horses to line up. Gates were rolling. Once again here in this third and final qualifier today, scratch the numbers 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. We're left with 3 starters, the 1 and the 3 and the 6. The 1's Katie's Bright Star, note the driver is Jamaica Patent. The 3 Starman with Steve Halford. And the 6 is Feisty Val and Cordarius Stewart. Here they come. There they go. Often pacing from the outside. Feisty Val quickly off the wings here is driving out for that early lead. Now Katie's Bright Star moves up along the inside, and getting away in third will be Starman. So they're single file as they head on into that turn, and with the lead here, that's Feisty Val showing the way. Katie's Bright Star very content to track in a second, and just a length and a half back, that's Starman going along in third. So they're approaching the opening quarter. A trio of pacers have just passed that opening quarter. quarter, and it's feisty Val who's showing the way here over Katie's Bright Star. Continuing along in third, that's Star Man, who's about 3 off the lead. The opening quarter came up here 30 seconds flat. So they're racing down the backside toward the half-mile mark, and they're being led here by Feisty Val and Cordelia Stewart, leading it by almost 2 lengths here over Katie's Bright Star, teaming up with Jamaica Patton here today. And then one from there, that's Steve Halford and Starman. They just passed the half-mile pole. They're now heading toward the far turn, and everyone on their best behavior at this point, racing along on the front end. That's Feisty Val a half in a minute and 2/5, so a 30 and 2 second panel here as they race on into the far turn. Feisty Val's Main attaining her lead here. It is almost 2, maybe 2.5 now. That's Katie's Bright Star trying to keep up in second, and now that'll get Steve Halford coming to the outside here with Starman. Just past the 3/4 pole, Feisty Val, Starman making a move here up on the outside, is closing in on the leader, and now 5 lengths back to Katie's Bright Star, 3/4, 1:30 flat, top of the lane they come. Feisty Val, but Starman, plenty of pace here. Now moving away to a 3-4 length advantage, pacing strongly in mid-stretch here, and as they come to the wire, it'll be Starman going away to win the qualifier, about 6 in the end. Finishing second will be Feisty Val. Then it's about 10 lengths back. Katie's Bright Star was third. Starman stops the clock in 1:58 and 3. Third and final qualifier is complete. Here's how they finished. Katie's Bright Star third. Scratch the 2 Gorgeous Willie D. Starman, your qualifying winner. Scratch Jules Legend. Scratch the 5 Jules Lady. Feisty Val second. Scratch Daniel's Son. Scratch Plachette. Top down reads 3 scratch. 1 scratch, scratch. 2 scratch, scratch on the bottom. Fractions 30 flat. The half in a minute and 2/5. 3/4 in 1:30. And today, Starman stopped the clock in 1:58 and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. At this time, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps. It's time to honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Stars
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Suburban Downs at Springfield. 2 days of harness racing action. Today we've got 15 races on tap for you. Of course, starting here at 12 o'clock, and then tomorrow we'll have a 17 race card, once again getting started at 12 o'clock Central Standard Time. Special to welcome to the fans joining us here on track today. Special welcome to those joining us via live streaming, courtesy of Trot and Pace Marketing, all courtesy of the IHHA for their sponsorship of our live streaming events. We're going to give you the changes that we've got so far today as we set the scene for you. The track is rated fast. The temperature is in the mid to upper 60s. No wind whatsoever at this point. And as we mentioned, it's partly sunny skies here this afternoon. So here are the changes for those who keep score today for our 15 race card. Let's go to the first race. And in the first race, scratch number 4, Miss Sunshine Lady, sick. Scratch the 4, Miss Sunshine Lady, out of race 1 due to sickness. No changes in the second. Now turn to the third. In the third race here this afternoon, a driver change for number 5, Secret Party. Make the driver Wyatt Avenetti. Wyatt Avenetti will drive number 5, Secret Party, in race number 3. There's no changes in the fourth or fifth race. There's no changes in the sixth, but now move to the seventh. In race 7 here this afternoon, scratch due to transportation number 5 at any cost. In race 7, scratch number 5 at any cost, scratch due to transportation. There's no changes in races 8, 9, 10, or 11. There's no changes in the 12th or 13th race. And we don't have any changes in races 14 or 15. So we're clear the rest of the way at this time. Obviously, we will update you on any changes that occur as the day goes on. So once again, thanks for joining us here this afternoon. 15 races today, 17 more tomorrow. So with that all in mind, and don't forget to the backstretch, please note that warm-ups need to take place on the back track from here on in. All warm-ups take place on the back track, and we want to thank you horsemen for cooperating with us. Warm-ups on the back track the rest of the way. So with that in mind, here's the first call for the horses for race number 1. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 1 is up next. Once again, another reminder to the backside, we do have Coleman's Concession on site once again here today for plenty of food and drink. They are located right across from the race office. That's Coleman's Concession, are open for business today with plenty of food and drink available. Horses stepping onto the track now for the first of 15 races here this afternoon. We're going to kick it off with condition fillies lining up in here. Scratch number 4, Miss Sunshine Lady, scratched due to sickness. That's going to leave us with a field of 7. They include the 1 halftime show owned by Gary and Catherine Rath. Gary Rath trains and drives. The 2 Bushy races for the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather, Brandon Bates between the wheels. 3 is What Won't You Do for Love, 2 from the Terry Leonard barn in here. This one is owned by Bob and Linda Grider along with Jim Kish and Terry Leonard, driven by Juan Franco. Scratch the 4. 5, Fox Valley Reba, owned by Paula and Joel Smith along with Lucas Smith, trained by Amanda Van Winkle. Travis Siekman will catch drive. The second of the Terry Leonard trainees is the 6, Next, owned by the Blackfoot Farms, driven by Casey Leonard. 7, Super Sage, owned by Savannah Turner. John Fletcher trains, Cordarius Stewart in the driver's seat. And rounding out the field, the 8, League of Her Own, owned by James Craven and Benita Simmons. Tom Simmons trains, Wyatt Avanetti in the bike. Today's starter, Mr. Roy Finn, accompanied by starting gate driver Stacy DeRouse, have called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 4, Miss Sunshine Lady, we're scratched down now to a field of 7 conditioned fillies, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, the opener. It's showtime. There they go. Often pacing, 4 of them vying for that early lead toward the inside of Bushy alongside What You Won't Do for Love. And now Fox Valley Reba's going to come 3 high into that turn. Along the inside is Halftime Show. Up on the outside shopping for a spot. That is a next as they round that turn though from the outside. Fox Valley Reba going to drive on into the lead. What You Won't Do for Love yielded for the 2-hole ride. A gap or 2 to Bushy going along in third. Next did find a spot on the inside racing in fourth. Caught on the outside Super Sage to the inside. That's Halftime Show in the early trailer, A League of Her Own. They're past the quarter, heading up the backside, that opening quarter over the fast track today, 29-1. So they straighten out now in single file alignment here as they're continuing toward the half-mile pole. That's Fox Valley Arriba continuing to pave the way. Here comes action now. Parked out Super Sage with a backside brush now is looking to clear before the half. Also up on the move now from last there was League of Her Own, who's now moved into third. As they race past the half and head into the far turn, Super Sage hasn't quite crossed over. There along the inside is Fox Valley Reba, gonna hang that one out now. The half in 1 minute and 2/5. So they're racing into the far turn, headed to the 3/4 pole. Super Sage, 3 parts of a length in front, but hasn't gotten to the rail. There along the inside, though, is Fox Valley Reba. Lurking on the leaders here is League of Her Own, and now that one is looking to come 3 high. Nowhere to go. What You Won't Do for Love. Bushy's on the move, out 3 deep. They pass the 3/4, coming to the top lane in the first of 15 today. 3/4 time, 1:29.4, a 29-2 third quarter, but it is A League of Her Own. Looking to go back to back from Decoy. Bushy's coming with a late rally toward the inside. A League of Her Own, Bushy to the inside. League of Her Own gonna win it. Finishing a good second was a Bushy. Looked like Halftime Show got third. Next is gonna settle for fourth, and then a big gap back in fifth. That's likely Fox Valley Arriba. It was League of Her Own going back to back. Winning time coming up. 1:57.2. Race 1 is in the books. Your race winner, number 8, League of Her Own. League of Her Own, a 2-year-old bay filly by Time to Roll. Out of a Bring on the Beach mare, riding to the beach. Back-to-back victories to coin to Springfield for League of Her Own, now a 2-time winner in 7 career starts. League of Her Own, bred and co-owned by Benita Simmons along with James Cravens. Trained by Tom Simmons. Driven to victory by Wyatt Avanetti. The official placings from the opener. Halftime Show finished third. Bushy second. What You Won't Do for Love was 7th. Scratch due to sickness, the 4, Miss Sunshine Lady. Fox Valley Reba got the nickel in 5th. Next, 4th. Super Sage wound up 6th. League of Her Own, your race winner. So rechecking top down, it's 3, 2, 7, scratch. 5, 4, 6, and 1 on the bottom. Here's for the folks keeping score, the fractions from race 1. Opening quarter 29-1. The half in 1 minute and 2/5. 3/4 in 1:29.4. And the winning time here this afternoon for League of Our Own, 1:57.2. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 2. A field of 8 ICF 2-year-old colts and geldings. Bring them out. Race 2, the second race, is up next. ICF 2-year-old Pacing, Coles, and Gelding stepping onto the track. The purse, $6,600. It's a field of 8. The field includes the 1 Fox Valley End Zone, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaver. Matt Evanetti drives. 2, a special model, 1 of 3 from the Nick Prather barn. This one is owned by Carolyn Wiley, driven by Travis Seekman. The second of the 3 Nick Prather trainees is the 3 Mighty Engine. Races for John Krasnian Jr., driven by Wyatt Evanetti. 4 is Captain Better, owned by Taurus Tucker. Roshan Trigg trains, Jaquavian Carter between the wheels. The 5 horse is Incredible Stevie, owned by Savannah Turner. John Fletcher trains, and Corderia Stewart will handle the lines. 6 is Illini Game Day, owned by Kevin, Keith, and Andrew Miller. Kevin Miller trains. Brandon Bates will catch drive. 7, Conager, completing the Nick Prather trainees. This one is owned by James Walden, driven by Juan Franco. And rounding out the field, the 8, Laser Focused, owned and trained by Terry Leonard, driven by Casey Leonard. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8. ICF 2-year-old Pacing, Coles, and Geldings all on gate. A purse of $6,600. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 2. Race time. There they go. Often pacing quickly off the wings. That's a Mighty Engine. And to the outside of that one comes Incredible Stevie. Those two going to vie for the early lead. There along the inside comes Fox Valley End Zone, cornering in the 3rd, followed by Special Model. Racing next, that's Captain Better. Racing back in 6th here, that's Illini Game Day. You're back to markers Conager and Laser Focus. They're approaching the opening quarter. Corderia Stewart in between the wheels there, and he's got Incredible Stevie just passing the opening quarter, leading it by almost 2 here. Mighty Engine content to track into 2nd, going along racing in 3rd. That is a Fox Valley End Zone as they straighten out on the backside. Racing there back in 4th. That's Special Model opening quarter, 28-1. And now as they head toward the half-a-mile point, continuing to set the tempo here, Incredible Stevie looking to get back on the winning track here this afternoon. That is a Mighty Engine still tracking that leader much tighter now. And now Mighty Engine going to pull the pocket here just past the half. So as they race toward the far turn, Avanetti making an early move here. Mighty Engine has crossed over and cleared into the lead. The half was just 59-4, a 31-3 walking second quarter. As they head into the far turn now, Mighty Engine now needs to deal with Illini Game Day and Base. He's come first up. Conager picked up the live cover. There to the inside now, dropping back Incredible Stevie to the outside 3rd over. We got a lot of work to do. Laser Focus. They're midway into that far turn now, getting set to come out of that turn and head for home. Wyatt Evanetti looking to get the first 2. The 3/4, 129 flat. Midway down the lane, Mighty Engine still holding that lead to 2. Coming back on now was Incredible Stevie. The rest flattened out in deep stretch. Mighty Engine and Wyatt Avanetti get the first two. Incredible Stevie gonna finish second. I believe it might have been Conacher who got up for the show though, and then it was close between Special Model and Illini Game Day. No doubt about the winner though, Mighty Engine and Avanetti taking another one. One of two for the Nick Prather, three from the Nick Prather barn. Winning time 156 and 1, Mighty Engine. Race 2 is in the books. It's the 3, Mighty Engine. A 2-year-old brown gelding, a son of Stevensville. Out of a Better's Delight mare, Tame the Dame. After knocking on the door in the last 3 or 4 starts, here's win number 4 in 11 career starts now for Mighty Engine. Mighty Engine was bred by the Dandy Farms Breeding and FT Racing Stable of Illinois. Mighty Engine is owned by John Krashnian Jr. of Illinois. Trained by Nick Prather. Driven to victory. That's back-to-back winners to kick off the card for driver Wyatt Avanetti. The winning time of 156 and 1. That's a brand new life mark for Mighty Engine. Here's how they finished in race 2. Fox Valley end zone 6th. Special Model wound up 4th. Mighty Engine was your race winner. And Captain Better 8th. Incredible Stevie was 2nd. Illini Game Day 5th. Conacher wound up 3rd. Laser Focused wound up 7th. Rechecking top down 6, 4, 1, 8, 2, 5, 3, and 7 on the bottom. Here's the fractions: 28 and 1, half 59 and 4, 3/4 and 129. Once again, it's the life best Mighty Engine 156 and 1. All right, barn area, bring them out for race 3. We've got a field of 8 coming out, maidens. Race 3 barn area is up next. You can bring them out for race number 3.
Dad to come down and he wouldn't do it. I don't think the wind's blowing down here as much either. As up there.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the third race. Maidens lining up in here. We've got a field of 8. Noted driver change for number 5, Secret Party. Make the driver Wyatt Avanetti. Let's meet this field of 8. They include the 1, Too Many Stars, 1 of 2 for Steve Halford in here. This one is owned by Hosea Williams, driven by Juan Franco. The 2 is Dandy's Beach, owned by Terry Leonard, the Dandy Farms, Peter Couches, and FT Racing Stable. Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard in the driver's seat. The 3 horses, Nick's MJ, owned by Diane and Carol Hayes, who also trains, Cordelia Stewart, the pilot. 4, Bing Bang Boom, owned, trained, and driven by Jaquavian Carter. The 5, Secret Party, owned by Steve Searle, Michael Shivers, and Jory Orsini. Steve Searle trains. Note that driver change now to Wyatt Avanetti. Wyatt Avanetti on the 5, Secret Party. 6 is Rock and Roll Playa, owned and trained by Roshan Trigg, Brandon Bates between the wheels. The 2nd of the Steve Halford trainees is the 7, Speed Minded, owned by Richard Dobson, handling the line, Steve Halford. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Stars With You, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Jordan Patton does the driving. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 maidens, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 3. Post time. There they go. Often pacing from the center of the track, driving out for the lead. That is a bang, bang, boom. Hustling up now toward the inside comes a Dandy's Beat. Along the inside, Too Many Stars as they corner into the turn. Secret Party forwardly placed as well as they round the turn, though. A bang, bang, booms come away with the lead. That is a Dandy's Beach coming away second. Now finding a hole in third, Secret Party. Now moving up on the outside is a parked out Nick's MJ. They're along the inside in fifth, Too Many Stars. A gap of 2 there to Stars with You, and then another 2 more back. That's Speed Minded, and gapped about 3 or 4. The trailer, a Rock and Roll Playa. Opening quarter, 29-3. The field's heading down the backside, and they're being led by Dandy's Beach and Casey Leonard on the motor. Hung on the outside here is Nick's MJ and Cordelia Stewart. Right there, tucked up in the 2-hole trip is Bang Bang Boom. Looking it over from the fourth. That's Wyatt Evanetti with Secret Party as he looks for a natural hat trick here today. Back racing there in fifth, and now coming off the rail. That's Too Many Stars. They're past the half and heading toward the far turn. Half mile time coming up. 58 seconds flat. The field heads into that far turn, and Dandy's Beach is the one to come after. Still hanging around an overland route here for Nick's MJ. Saving all the ground is Bang Bang and Boom. That Secret Party back in fourth, but still got about 4 or 5 to make up. Not much else happening in the backfield there. Out 3 deep is Too Many Stars. Less than a quarter mile to go, and Dandy's Beach looks solid right now. Looks like the only danger is Bang Bang Boom coming out of the turn. 3 quarters, 127-3, 29-3, third quarter, and it is with the lead, Dandy's Beach. But here comes Bang Bang Boom right out of the pocket and pop the pocket. Deuce pop winner, Bang Bang Boom. Gonna win it here. Finishing second was that Dandy's Beach. Looked like Secret Party third, possibly Speed Minded or Nick's MJ hung on for fourth or fifth. Bang Bang Boom. 155-4.
Okay, 29-3.
Yep.
58 flat.
Yep.
127-3.
Yep.
Holman 55-4.
55-4 check. Race 3 is in the books. Your race winner, number 4, Bang Bang Boom. Bang Bang Boom, a 2-year-old black gelding by Revenge Shark out of an Armbro Macintosh mare, a Peeling Apple. Start number 12 is a winning one for Bang Bang Boom. An impressive win out of the pocket trip here today. Bang Bang Boom, bred by Margaret Decker of Illinois, is owned and trained by J.J. Carter of Clinton, Mississippi. Driven to victory, Bang Bang Boom by Jaquavian Carter. Winning time of 1:55 and 4 will establish a life mark for Bang Bang Boom. Well, here's how they finished in race 3. Too Many Stars was 6th, Dandy's Beach 2nd. Nick's MJ wound up 4th. Bang Bang Boom, your race winner. Secret Party 3rd. Rock and Roll Playa wound up 8th. Speed Minded finished 5th. Stars With You was 7th. Recheck top down 6, 2, 4, 1, 3, 8, 5, and 7 on the bottom. The fractions were 29 and 3. The half 58 seconds flat. 3/4 in 1, 27 and 3. And came home in 28 and 1 here to post that winning time. Bing Bang Boom, 1:55 and 4. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 4. We've got ICF 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings coming up. One of the other features here today, many features on the day's card, but this will be the ICF 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. A purse of $6,600, field of 6. Barn area, bring them out. We're ready. Race 4. The 4th race is next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Exactly, exactly. That's what counts. No, no. Ours is in the fifth race. Fox Valley Groovy is our first one. No, Cash Money 20 is a real horse. Yes. Which one's that? Oh, okay. So that would be, so it would be my dad and her son's horse. Yeah, okay. Fox Valley. Oh, then it would be.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack with one of the co-tri-featured events of the afternoon here today. $6,600 on the line. ICF 3-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings. Good field of 6. They include the 1, Fox Valley Chuckle, owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds, trained by Tom Simmons. Brandon Bates will drive. The 2 horses, Cash Money 20, owned by Heart and Soul Racing, along with Casey Leonard. Mike Brink trains. Casey Leonard will drive. The 3 is One Tough Customer, owned by Janet Bentley. Michelle Morgan trains. Corderia Stewart in the driver's seat. The 4 horse is Battlin' Bob, owned by Bob Walker, along with Hart Walker and Chaz Walker. R. Klingsley. Bob Walker trains. Travis Siekman in the driver's seat. 5 is Dandies of Freedom, owned by Terry Leonard, the Dandy Farms, Peter Couches, and FT Racing Stable. Terry Leonard trains. Wyatt Avanetti handles the lines. And rounding out the field of 6 is the 6, I'll Decide, owned by the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather. 1 Franco between the wheels.
That's not our horse. Okay, well that would be my cousin, Brett. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, because then he goes to Minnesota. He just got back late last month. And now he's in Carrollton. Yeah. So that's my cousin.
Starters called for the horses to line up.
I think it's just a little shady, but I don't. There's politics in everything, you know. But yeah, that would probably be Brad. I'm sure it is.
Gates rolling. A contentious field of 6. ICF 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings all on gate. One of the tri-features of the day, the purse, $6,600. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 4, race time. There they go. Off 'em. Pacing, battling Bob from the center of the track, gunning for that early lead. There toward the inside comes Cash Money 20. There down along the inside comes Fox Valley Chuckle as they head into that turn. Battling Bob with good early gate speeds cleared into the lead. Cash Money 20 involved today is sitting there right in second. And now driving up on the outside comes a tough customer. So one tough customer intent on getting to the top is now driving hard but being used here to get there as they just passed the quarter. So one tough customer now takes over. That's going to put Battlin' Bob in the 2-hole. A length and a half back to Cash Money 20 sitting in third. Fox Valley Chuckle fourth. A gap of 2 there to Dandy's Freedom, the trailer. All decides about 7 off the lead. Opening quarter on the fast track today, 28-1. They're single file as they march down toward the half-mile mark. One tough customer shows the way. Battlin' Bob continues to track in a second. Cash Money 20 and Casey Leonard on hole in third right now. That's Fox Valley Chuckle still on the rail in fourth. Then it's back to the back 2 markers there. Dandy's Freedom and I'll Decide. So there's been no change to the racing order as they put up a half in 58-1. They got away with a 30 flat second quarter heading into the far turn. One tough customer continuing to call the shots here, but now Seekman's had enough. Here comes Battlin' Bob, pop in the pocket. Cash Money 20's got 2.5 to make up in third. Along the inside, Dandy's Freedom. Fox Valley Chuckle pulled but didn't go anywhere, and then 3 back to I'll Decide. They're coming to the top of the lane, and Battlin' Bob and Seekman have got the lead, but now they got to deal with Cash Money 20. 3 quarters, 127-4, 29-3, third quarter. Battlin' Bob under some minimal urging. Cash Money 20 coming on the end on the outside, but he's running out of racetrack. Battlin' Bob gonna win it over Cash Money 20. It was Dandy's Freedom, a good closing third. Then it was back to one tough customer. Looks like Fox Valley Chuckle gonna get the nickel. Battlin' Bob and Seekman score. How about 153-4? Battlin' Bob. Race 4, one of the tri-features of the day in the books here. And your ICF 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings winner, number 4, Battlin' Bob. Battlin' Bob's a 3-year-old bay gelding. He's a son of some star somewhere. Out of a Duneside perched mare, Buckle Girl Bobbat. How about 5 wins and 10 starts in the sophomore campaign? And now 10 for 21 lifetime is Battlin' Bob. Battlin' Bob, bred and co-owned by Bob and Hart Walker. Also owned by Chaz Walker and Robin Klinger. Battlin' Bob winning trainer Bob Walker, winning driver Travis Seekman. Here's how they finished in race 4. Fox Valley Chuckle 5th. Cash Money 20 2nd. One tough customer was 4th. Battlin' Bob, your co-featured winner. Dandy's Freedom 3rd. I'll Decide wound up 6th. Rechecking top down, 5, 2, 4, 1, 3, and 6 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 28 and 1. The half, 58 and 1. Three-quarter time, 127 and 4. And the final time here today, a 55 and 3 back half. Battle in the Bob, 153 and 4. All right, barn area, bring them out for the third and final feature of the day. This is ICF 3-year-old pacing the fillies, a purse of $6,600. No changes here. We've got a field of 5. Bring them out, barn area. Race 5 is up next. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for race 5, the third and final featured event of the afternoon. $6,600 on the line. ICF 3-year-old pacing fillies, a field of 5. They include the 1 Fox Valley My Girl, owned and trained by Charles Arthur. Cordelia Stewart will drive. The 2 is Two Bean Dream, owned by Benita Simmons and Ann Schneider, trained by Tom Simmons. Casey Leonard will drive. The 3 horses, Fox Valley Groupie, owned by Bob Walker, Hart Walker, Chaz Walker, and Jim Ballinger. Bob Walker trains Travis Seekman aboard. The 4, Lottie's Web, owned by Stephen Thompson along with Thompson Racing LLC. Steve Halford trains and drives. And rounding out the field, the 5 is Fox Valley Lava, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller along with Lester Detweiler. Kevin Miller trains. Brandon Bates in the driver's seat. Starters called for the fillies to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 5 ICF 3-year-old pacing fillies, all on gate. Third and final feature of the day, the purse $6,600. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 5. Post time. There they go. Often pacing Fox Valley Lava and Fox Valley Groupie. Those 2 got it fired up as they head toward the turn. Also moving forward here toward the inside, Two Bean a Dream, followed by Fox Valley My Girl. Lottie's Web is going to come away 5th and last. They're single file as they round the turn. Fox Valley Lava's got the lead. Fox Valley Groupie going to take the 2-hole ride as the tempo seems to slow right at the quarter pole. A length and a half back, racing in third. That is a Two Bean a Dream. They've just passed the quarter. Back in fourth, Fox Valley My Girl, and Lottie's Web can see them all, but only she's 5 lengths off the lead. So they're single file heading up the backside. Brandon Bates is going to call the shots here today with Fox Valley Lava. Fox Valley Groupie right there tracking that leader as Walker and Seekman look to go back to back. A length and a half racing in third. That's Two Bean Dream. Opening quarter, sensible, 29-1 as they approach the half-mile mark. That's Fox Valley My Girl and Cordelia Stewart looking it over from fourth, and Lottie's Web continues to see them all in fifth. Past the half, heading toward the far turn. No change in the racing order. Bates has got them all seated. The half in a minute and 1/5. 31 flat second quarter as they head into the far turn. Fox Valley Lava still unchallenged, but that's about to change soon. That's Fox Valley Groupie along the inside, and now looking to maybe pop that pocket to the outside there. Coming up into third is Fox Valley My Girl. Along the inside, Two Bean a Dream, and to the outside of that, Lottie's Web. Less than a quarter mile to go, and Fox Valley Lava is the one to come after. Fox Valley Groupie right there, 3/4, 1:30-2. Out of the turn and headed for home. Well rated on the motor. Fox Valley Lava looking to kick for home with that lead of 2. Fox Valley Groupie giving chase, but not going to catch Fox Valley Lava. They're going to go all the way to win it. Fox Valley Groupie second, Two Bean Dream third, Fox Valley My Girl fourth, and Lottie's Web rounded the field out in fifth. Fox Valley Lava and Bates. 156 and 4. Third and final feature of the afternoon is in the books for 3-year-old pacing fillies here today, and your winner, number 5, Fox Valley Lava. Fox Valley Lava, 3-year-old bay, daughter of Time to Roll, out of the Yankee Skyscaper mare, Fox Valley Torrid. It's the 4th win in the last 5 starts, and now she's 14 for 22 in her sophomore campaign. She's now 17 for 34, a 50% win rate is Fox Valley Lava. Bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. Fox Valley Lava is owned by Kevin and Alan Miller, along with Lester Detweiler, all of Illinois. Winning trainer Kevin Miller, winning driver Brandon Bates. Here's how they finished in race 5. Fox Valley My Girl 4th, Tubing Dream 3rd, Fox Valley Groupie 2nd, Lottie's Web wound up 5th, Fox Valley Lava, your co-featured winner. Recheck top down 4, 3, 2, 5 and 1. Fractions 29 and 1. And the half in a minute and 1/5. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2. And the winning time here, a 26 and 2 last quarter. Fox Valley Lava today, 156 and 4. All right, barn area moving along here for the afternoon. Let's bring them out for race 6. You can bring them out. Race 6 is on deck here. We've got a field of 8 conditioned pacers coming up. Full field of 8 up next. Race 6. Bring them on out. The fractions were 29 and 3. The half 102. 3/4 131 and 3. Winning time today, Keyser Zozie 159. All right, barn area, bring them out. We've got condition pacers coming up, high-end condition pacers in race 7. We do have a scratch the 5 at any cost due to transportation. All right, barn area, bring them out. Race 7, the 7th race is up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Did you show them all of your dogs so that they had something to compare to? Oh. Yeah, yeah. So you think she'll take her? Good.
I got this that sketches.
Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for race 7. Condition pacers lining up here. Scratch number 5 at any cost scratch due to transportation. So we're left with a field of 7 that include the 1 Marcata, owned by Jim and Terry Blackman. Merv Chuck trains and Juan Frankel will drive. 2 is Monday Morning Merle, owned by Bob and Linda Grider, along with Terry Leonard, who also trains. Casey Leonard in the driver's seat. The 3 horses Captain's Express, owned by Ernest Sork, along with Noreen and Sean Nessa. Michael Brown trains. Wyatt Evanetti looks for his 4th winner today. 4, Fox Valley Silent, owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds. Tom Simmons looking for another winner today. Brandon Bates is in the bike. Scratch the 5. 6 is Mr. Ain't Goin', owned, trained, and driven by Cordelia Stewart. 7, Crescent Roller, owned by Catherine Ritzel. Steve Halford trains and drives. And completing the field, the 8 is Dragging My Boots, owned by Eugene Gillerman, trained by Gene Gillerman. Jordan Patton handles the line.
Yeah, and I think Gina would, yeah. Right, right. I hope that you don't. I really do. I think she needs to do it on her own and see what it's like, and then she'll appreciate you more. I mean, you take her away from to go and help her, and she doesn't even appreciate it, you know.
Starters called for the horses to line up.
Is that the one that she was back on into?
Gates rolling. With the scratch of the 5 at any cost, scratch down now to a field of 7 at Condition Pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, it's race 7. Race time. There they go. Often pacing Captain's Express and Crescent Roller. Those 2 are gunning for that early lead. Up along the inside comes Amar Kata, leaving from the far outside and looking for a spot. That's a Dragging My Boots as they corner into the turn. Crescent Roller used to get there, but has cleared into the lead. And Captain's Express came away second. Up on the outside and continue to drive on. That's a Dragging My Boots who's going to find a hole there, racing in third. Getting away fourth, Marcata sitting in fifth. Racing next there along the inside. That is a Monday Morning Merle. Then a gap of 2 here to back to Fox Valley Silent, and 2 to the trailer. That's Mr. Ain't Going. Opening quarter, a sizzler, 27 seconds flat, used indeed, but as they straighten out and head to the half-mile pole, Steve Halford, and that is with the lead Crescent Roller from the gray Captain's Express, who's tracking at a leader. It's a length and a half to Dragon My Boots, sits in third, Marcotta fourth, back to fifth there, Monday Morning Merle about 7 lengths off the lead. Your back 2 markers, Fox Valley Silent and Mr. Ain't Going, is about 10 from the lead. Half, 55 and 3 on a mission today. Crescent Roller heading to the far turn, looking to bottom them out today. That leads a length and a half from Captain's Express. Action in the backfield now. Marcotta trying to work it first up, but has stalled, and now coming 3 deep and looking to keep the winning streak alive. Here's Fox Valley Silent coming from well off the pace today. They're past the 3/4, and the complexion of this one has changed rapidly. Here's Fox Valley Silent in the blink of an eye, taking over that lead. 3/4 in 1, 25 and 2. Out of the turn and headed for home. Fox Valley Silent now has blown this one wide open, sprinting away to a 5-length lead. Simmons with his third winner today, Bates with 2, Fox Valley Silent 4 in a row. Photo here for second, looked like it was a Crescent Roll who held second over Captain's Express. Then there's a gap of about 5, back to look like Monday Morning Merle and Mr. Ain't Going. Fox Valley Silent, Simmons and Bates. 152 and 4. Race 7 is in the books and coming from well back, and now 4 wins in a row for number 4, Fox Valley Silent. Fox Valley Silent's a 3-year-old bay gelding by time to roll out of the Art Major mare in a whisper. 4 wins in a row, 6 for 13 on the campaign for Fox Valley Silent, and none faster than this one here this afternoon. Fox Valley Silent, bred and owned by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Sherman, Illinois. A 3rd winner on the day for trainer Tom Simmons. How about a driving double on the afternoon for driver Brandon Bates? The time, 152 and 4 by a tick. By a tick. That's a brand new life mark for Fox Valley Silent. Here's the official placings from race 7. Marcotta 7th, Monday Morning Merle 4th, Captain's Express finished 3rd, Fox Valley Silent, your race winner. Scratch due to transportation, the 5 at any cost. Mr. Ain't Going got the nickel. Crescent Roller finished 2nd. Dragon My Boots wound up 6th. Rechecking top down, 7, 4, 3, 1 scratch, 5, 2, and 6 on the bottom. Here's the fractions, 27 seconds flat. The half, 55 and 3. 3/4 in 1, 25 and 2. Still had enough to come home in 27 and 2 here for Fox Valley Silent's new life mark, 152 and 4. All right, barn area rolling along. Let's bring them out for race number 8. The 8th race is up next. You can bring them out, barn area. Race 8, a field of 8, up next. Horses out of the track now for race 8, fillies and mares, conditioned pacers lining up. A field of 8, including the 1 Skeeter Machine, owned by Jim Greer, trained by Dick Prather, 1 of 2 for him in here. This one will be driven by Travis Seekman. 2 Lucky Dottie, owned by Carolyn Wiley, trained by Mike Perrin, Jordan Patton aboard. 3 is JM's Determination, owned by Loretta Jones, Cordelia Stewart, trains and reins. 4, A Very Nice Dandy, owned by Thomas Vaughn, Stanley Banks trains, Casey Leonard the pilot. 5 is Miss Larry, owned by Lester Detweiler along with MM&D Racing. Stan Swisher trains, Jaquavian Carter looks for a second winner today. 6, Rockin' Faye, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Brandon Bates looks for a third winner today. 7, Robin Tino, the second of the Nick Prather trainees. This one is owned by Cole Prather. Wyatt Avanetti looking for his fourth winner of the day. And rounding out the field, the 8 Minnesota Mini, owned by Gary and Catherine Rath. Gary Rath trains and drives. Starter Roy Finn has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 conditioned fillies and mares, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 8 of 15. Race time. There they go. Pacing off to a good start here. Multiple levers in here from the inside. Those Skeeter Machine may have the advantage as they race into that first turn. Alongside there comes the Lucky Dottie, carried wide into that turn. Rockin' Faye at least 4 or 5 wide as they race midway into the turn from the inside. Skeeter Machine continuing to drive it up on the outside. A very nice Dandy looks to clear but has cleared just at the quarter pole. So a Very Nice Dandy now takes over and sets the tempo from here. Skeeter Machine going along second. That's Lucky Dottie in third. Rockin' Faye did find a spot at the fence, racing in the fourth. 1 from there, JM's Determination, looking to go back to back. And then it's a length and a half back there to Miss Larry, who goes along in sixth. That's Robin Tino in the seventh. The trailer, Minnesota Mini, quarter 27-1 as they head to the half-mile pole here. Headed just past the half now. And it is Casey Leonard and a Very Nice Dandy who's carving out the fractions in here. And now first up here comes a Rockin' Faye with a Bates, and he's coming hard. Half 56-4, and there goes a Rockin' Faye now, clearing on into lead, and has opened up 2.5 here. Up on the outside now, starting to move up. That's Skeeter Machine. Backpedaling along the inside though is a Very Nice Dandy. Out wide there is Robin Tino looking to make up some ground, but is out in that 3 path. They're past the 3/4. Bates looking for his third winner today. He's got a good shot at it right now. Rockin' Faye sprinting away to a 5-length advantage. 3/4, 125-3, 28-4 in the third panel, and Rockin' Faye looks to get back on the winning trail after a second last time out into Coin as they come to the wire. Rockin' Faye gonna win it. Tight photo for second here. A late rallying JM's Determination or Skeeter Machine. Finishing fourth, Robin Tino. I think Minnesota Mini might have got up for fifth, but it was Rockin' Faye. Bates with the hat trick. Winning time 155 flat. Race 8 winner number 6, Rockin' Fay, a 6-year-old bay mare by World of Rock and Roll, out of an incredible finale mare, Fox Valley of Faith. Here's the 5th win in 8 starts for the year for Rockin' Fay, now a 10-time career winner. Rockin' Fay, bred, owned, and trained by Wayne Brown of Tennessee. Driven to victory, a triple on the afternoon for driver Brandon Bates. The official placings from race 8, Skeeter Machine was 2nd, Lucky Dottie 6th, JM's Determination 3rd, a very nice dandy wound up 8th. Miss Larry finished 7th, Rockin' Fay, your race winner. Robin Tino finished 4th, Minnesota Mini, the nickel. Recheck top down 2, 6, 3, 8, 7, 1, 4, and 5 on the bottom. Fractions 27 and 1, the half 56 and 4, 3/4 in 125 and 3, and the winning time here this afternoon for Rockin' Fay, 155 flat. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 9. We're going to shift gears and move to the trot here for conditioned trotters, a field of 6. Barn area, bring them out. Race 9, we're on the trot for the 9th race. Horses making their way onto the racetrack now for the 9th race. Condition trotters lining up here in race 9 this afternoon. A field of 6 here, including the one Shady Maple Bow, owned by Leo Grummel, Dr. Patrick Graham, and ECS Racing LLC. Kirk Grummel trains and drives. The 2 horses Stand By Your Man, owned by R. Lacey, M. Brown, Jerry Clausen, along with Mike Brink, who trains. Brandon Bates will handle the lines. 3 is Peekaboo Sal, owned by All Right Racing LLC. Steve Searle trains, Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. 4, Jimmy Jackpot, owned by Glenn Bauman, along with Benita Simmons, trained by Tom Simmons, Casey Leonard aboard. The 5 is Rock Party, 1 of 2 for Merv Chupp here. This one owned by the Chupp Racing Stable, driven by Juan Franco. And the other Chupp trainee is the 6, Dirty Money, owned by Farron Miller, driven by Travis Siekman. Ladies and gentlemen, please note in this upcoming 9th race, the 4, Jimmy Jackpot, will race without a saddle pad. The horse without a saddle pad is the 4, Jimmy Jackpot. Starters called for the trotters to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 6 conditioned trotters, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 9. Post time. There they go. Often trotting and Jimmy Jackpot from the center of the track is trotting out for the lead. Stand by your man, hustled away from the inside. Up on the far outside comes the Rocka Party. Three of them vie for that lead as they corner into that turn. From the outside, it'll be Jimmy Jackpot, the horse without the saddle pad, leading the way here. And now Rocka Party continues to drive on for Juan Franco. Stand by your man, got away in a nice spot third. Sitting in fourth, that's Shady Maple Bow. Then it's a length and a half to Peekaboo Sal. Dirty Money can see them all. They're past the quarter, straightening it out on the backside. And Juan Franco has put Rocka Party on the motor here and opens up a lead of two from Jimmy Jackpot. Opening quarter, 28-1. So they're headed down to the half-mile mark, sitting in the show spot right now. That's Stand By Your Man. Kurt Grummel going along fourth with Shady Maple Bow. Then it's a length and a half there to Peekaboo Sal. And to the outside now, going to start it up, it's Dirty Money, about 5 from the lead. Less than a half a mile to go as they trot on into that far turn. And that's Rocka Party with the lead. Half, 58 seconds flat. So Rocka Party continues to pave the way from Jimmy Jackpot. Stand By Your Man at the rail into third. Continuing to work it up is Dirty Money. Getting the shuffle along the inside, Shady Maple Bow. And to the outside now, Peekaboo Sal is only about 4 off the lead. They've just hit the three-quarter pole. And from the inside, Rocka Party holding a short lead. And now Casey Leonard pulled the pocket. Here's Jimmy Jackpot driving up on the outside. Heads are turning for home. 3/4, 127-4. And Jimmy Jackpot has got a short lead along the inside. Rocka Party, Stand By Your Man is starting to pick him up and putting him down and sneaking up the inside. Shady Maple Bow hitting the wire. Shady Maple Bow gonna win it with a ground-saving trip from Grummel. Stand By Your Man has to be second best today. Then it was tight for third. It was either Rocka Party or Jimmy Jackpot, and then it was back to Dirty Money. Shady Maple Bow, 3 in a row.
157 and 3.
157-3. Roll. Along the One, two, 6, 4, 3, and 5 on the bottom. Fractions 28-1, half 58 flat, 3/4 127-4, and the time today, Shady Maple Bow 157 and 3. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 10. We've got condition fillies coming up next. The 10th race, we've got a field of 8. You can bring them out. Race 10 up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Horses arriving on the track now for race 10. Condition fillies lining up in here. Got a field of 8 going postward, including the 1, Rusted BB, owned by the Windy City Farm, trained by Nick Prather, driven by Travis Seekman. The 2 horses, Bluebird Bella, owned by Carla Santos, trained by Alexander Conte, Jordan Patton in the driver's seat. 3, Minnie the Smoocher, owned by the Triple Z stable. John Filomeno trains Wyatt Avanetti, looking for a 4th winner today. 4, What's Up, You Tell Me, owned, trained, and reined by Charles Arthur. The 5 is Some Red Hot Star, owned by Brendan Potts. Steve Halford trains. Brandon Bates looks for a 4th winner today. 3, See You Somewhere, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul. Jerry Hansen, the trainer. Cordelia Stewart, the driver. 7, Sammy Graham, owned by Shelley Graham, trained by Tom Graham Jr., Matt Avanetti in the bike. And rounding out the field, the 8 is A Real Faith, owned and trained by Doug Graham. Casey Leonard will catch drive. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. We've got a field of 8 conditioned fillies all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 10. Race time. There they go. Often pacing from the far outside, Sammy Graham. What's Up, You Tell Me, now darting out of there as they head for that turn. Up along the inside, Rusted BB is next as they corner into that turn, though. What's Up, You Tell Me has gotten the early lead. That's a Rusted BB coming away with the pocket after the early lead now, and landing in 3rd. See You Somewhere is next, followed by Bluebird Bella. Along the inside, Some Red Hot Star looking for a spot and finally finding it back in 6th. That's Sammy Graham. And then along the inside, racing next, that is Minnie the Smoocher, and the trailer, that is A Real Faith. Opening quarter, 29-1 as their single file headed up the backside. Charles Arthur leading the parade here. What's Up, You Tell Me leads at a length and a half. That is a Rusted BB in 2nd, a length and a half away to See You Somewhere 3rd. Now going to take a peek to the outside. It's Bluebird Bella and Jordan Patton up on the move here, and going to try his luck first up. They're past the half. There's a gap of about 3 lengths then to Some Red Hot Star sitting in 5th. It's another 2 to Sammy Graham. A Real Faith moved to the outside, and the trailer, Minnie the Smoocher, half in a minute flat. They're headed into the far turn as they race toward the 3/4 pole. What's Up, You Tell Me now being put to the test. That's Rusted BB looking to go back to back, threatening first up. Bluebird Bella looming on the leaders now for Patton. They're along the inside in 4th. That's See You Somewhere. Less than a 1/4 mile to go, and Seekman has taken over. over. Rusted BB now with the lead. 3/4 in 1:29 and 1. Rusted BB kicking for home with that lead of a length and a half. Bluebird Bella tried hard in a second. See You Somewhere is in third, but they're not going to catch. She's Rusted BB back to back. See You Somewhere got up for a second. The Shodo belonged to Bluebird Bella. Some Red Hot Star was fourth, finishing fifth. What's up? You tell me. Siekman's doubled up. Rusted BB.
56 and 4.
156 and 4. Race 10 is official. It's the one Rusted BB going back to back here at Springfield. Rusted BB, a 3-year-old brown filly, a daughter of Better's Wish, out of a Rusty's for Real mare, Totally Rusty. 2 for 4 in the career for Rusted BB. Bred by the Let It Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing of Florida. Rusted BB is owned by the Windy City Farm. A second winner from 10 starters on the day for trainer Nick Praylor. Rusted BB driven to victory. Here's a double on the day for driver Travis Siekman. The official placings from race 10. Rusted BB, your race winner. Bluebird Bella, 3rd. Minnie the Smoocher was 8th. What's Up? You Tell Me, 5th. Some Red Hot Star finish 4th. See You Somewhere, 2nd. Sammy Graham, 7th. A Real Faith wound up 6th. Recheck top down, 1, 3, 8, 5, 4, 2, 7, and 6 on the bottom. The fractions 29 and 1, the half in a minute flat, 3/4 1:29 and 1, and the time today for Rusted BB 156 and 4. All right, backside, let's bring them out for race 11. Condition fillies and mares coming up next. Race 11 barn area, the 11th race is up next. Horses out on the track now for race 11. Condition fillies and mares lining up in here, a field of 8. They include the 1 Fox Valley Showgal, owned by Carla Santos. Alexander Conte trains. Jordan Patton will drive. 2 is Arcades Tony, owned by MM&D Racing, along with Roshan Trigg, who also trains Jaquavian Carter aboard. 3, La Rosa, owned and trained by Michael Perrin. Brandon Bates handles the lines. The 4 is Roland Cole, owned by Hosea Williams, trained by Steve Halford. Juan Franco in the driver's seat. The 5 is Zena's Foxy, owned by Linda Mills and Susan Poe. Ron Beard trains. Travis Seekman aboard. 6 is That's Cachet, owned by Tom Lawwinger. Jamaica Patton trains, and Cordarius Stewart is aboard. 7 is Kiss Me Like You Miss Me, owned by the Triple Z stable. John Filomeno trains. Casey Leonard the pilot. And rounding out the field, the 8 Fox Valley Tasha, owned and trained by Tanner Saltzgaber. Wyatt Avanetti aboard. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8. Condition fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 11. Post time. There they go. Often pacing from the far outside, and Kiss Me Like You Miss Me and Fox Valley Tasha. Those two have got it fired up from the outside post as they head toward the turn. RK's Tony forwardly placed as well, along with Fox Valley Showgal as they corner into that turn. Racing into that turn now, Fox Valley Tasha has gotten the early lead. Kiss Me Like You Miss Me has come away in the second, a gap of about 4 or 5 lengths now. Back in third, that's RK's Tony. It's another 2 more lengths into. That's a Cachet racing next. Then it's a length and a half away to Fox Valley Showgal. A gap of 3 there. That's La Rosa. And then Roland Cole. Zena's Foxy can see them all. At least 15 from the lead. First quarter's quick. 27-3 for these as they race down to the half-mile mark, though. It is Wyatt Avanetti who's having a good day today, leading the way here. And that is Fox Valley Tasha on the motor. Kiss Me Like You Miss Me has drawn it up nicely with a perfect 2-hole whole trip. There's a gap of about 3 now, maybe 4 lengths there to Arcades Tony, who's going along in third. The half, 56-2 as they race into the far turn. Still holding that lead, though. It is Fox Valley Tasha. Avanetti looking for the Grand Slam. Back marker starting to get a little bit closer, but still tracking in the tool. Casey Leonard and Kiss Me Like You Miss Me, who's now getting a little anxious in that pocket trip and now angles out of that hole and is trying to slingshot by the leader as they pass 3/4 and come to the top of the lane. From the outside, Kiss Me Like You Miss Me. 3/4 in 1:25-3 out of the turn and headed for home. Kiss Me Like You Miss Me has now taken a short lead from Fox Valley Tasha, and then it's back to That's Cachet in third as they hit the wire. Kiss Me Like You Miss Me and gonna win it over Fox Valley Tasha. That was That's Cachet who finished third. Arcades Tony fourth. I think Fox Valley Showgal got up for fifth. Casey Leonard and Kiss Me Like You Miss Me. Final time. 155-2. It's a field. Race 11 is official, scoring out of the perfect pocket trip here this afternoon. Number 7, Kiss Me Like You Miss Me. Kiss Me Like You Miss Me, a 6-year-old bay mare by Yankee Skyscaper. Out of the 4-star Shark mare, Give Me a Smooch. It's the 4th win of the year, 13th career victory for Kiss Me Like You Miss Me. Bred by Don and Joanne Filomeno, owned by the Triple Z stable of Beecher, Illinois. Trained by John Filomeno, driven to victory by Casey Leonard. The official placings from race 11, Fox Valley Showgal finished 5th, Arcades Tony 4th, La Rosa 6th, Roland Cole wound up 8th, Zena's Foxy 7th, That's Cachet 3rd, Kiss Me Like You Miss Me, your race winner, Fox Valley Tasha 2nd. Rechecking top down, 5, 4, 6, 8, 7, 3, 1, and 2 on the bottom. The fractions, 27-3. The half, 56-2. 3/4 in 1:25-3. And the winning time today, Kiss Me Like You Miss Me, 1:55-2. All right, barn area, we're moving along. Here's race 12 is up next. Once again, condition, fillies and mares on the pace. You can bring them out backside. Race 12, the 12th race is next.
Well, he did call me, I guess I should say this time, but. Oh, yeah, right, so that'll be good to have them in all. Yeah.
It's coming up the road.
Is it ever?
Horses out on the track now for the 12th race today. Condition fillies and mares, a field of 8 here. Let's meet the field of 1. Hole in the Bottle, owned by the Chupp Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chupp. Wyatt Avanetti in the bike. 2, Rockin' Arlene, owned and trained by Wayne Brown. Cordelia Stewart will handle the lines. The 3 is Jezebel Moose, owned by Alan Beals, trained by Gary Rath. Juan Franco will catch drive. The 4 is Frontier Fantasy, owned by Linda Allhands. Jamaica Patton trains Travis Seekman in the driver's seat. The 5, West Alexis, owned by Adam Hawthorne. Tom Simmons trains Brandon Bates, the driver. 6, Jimmy Lai, owned by the Blackfoot Farms. Terry Leonard trains Casey Leonard aboard. 7, Bing, 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 owned by Phil and Sherry Cotton. Phil Cotton trains Matt Avanetti aboard. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Tyler Ty, owned by Hosea Williams. Steve Halford trains and reigns. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 condition fillies and mares all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield. Race 12. Race time. There they go. Often pacing from the outside, West Alexis has got it fired up. Also moving out of there, bing, bing, bing. And now on the inside comes Hole in the Bottle. The one who missed to start by about 20 is Tyler Ty. As they head into that turn now, West Alexis has come away with the early lead. Bing, 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 settled in the pocket. Getting away, racing in third, that's Hole in the Bottle. Sitting in fourth, that's a Rockin' Arlene. One from there racing next, that's a Jezebel Moose. Back in the fifth, they've passed the quarter, they're heading up the backside. Racing back in sixth, Frontier Fantasy, followed by Jimmy Lyon, trying to catch up to the field, Tyler Ty. They are headed past that opening quarter in 28-4, so they're now straightening out and down the backstretch they'll go, and they're being led here now and taking over the lead. Rockin' Arlene has now taken over that lead, but now moving up on the outside, Hole in the Bottle. So here comes another lead change before the half. Also up on the move to the outside, that's a Jezebel Moose. So 3 lead changes out there past the half, and they're racing into the far turn, and that's Hole in the Bottle. They're looking to get back on the winning track. That's Jezebel Moose threatening. Half 58-4. Plenty of action in this one, and now Jezebel Moose is going to take over and take that lead away. Up on the outside and moving into it now, that's a Frontier Fantasy along the inside, racing back in third. That's Hole in the Bottle. Up on the outside now, bing, bang, bang, trying to get a little closer. They're coming to the top of the lane, and with the lead here at the top of the lane, that is driving with the lead, Jezebel Moose. 3/4, 127-1, and Jezebel Moose has kicked for home with the 2-length lead. Trying to close the lead. Up on the outside comes a bang, bang, but running out of racetrack as they hit the wire. Jezebel Moose gonna win it here today, finishing second. Bang, bang, bang. Jimmy Lai got up for the show though. Then it was back to Frontier Fantasy. Looked like West Alexis had to settle for fifth. It was your winner, Jezebel Moose and Juan Franco. 156 flat. Race 12, race winner number 3, Jezebel Moose, is a 3-year-old bay filly by some star somewhere out of the richest Hanover mare, Foolish Little Girl. It's the 4th win of the year, 5th career victory for Jezebel Moose. Bred by Jim Walker of Illinois, owned by Alan Beals, trained by Gary Rath, driven to victory by Juan Franco. The official placings from race 12, Hole in the Bottle 7th, Rockin' Arlene 6th, Jezebel Moose your race winner, Frontier Fantasy finished fourth. West Alexis fifth. Jimmy Lai wound up third. Bing 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 second. Tyler Ty was eighth. Rechecking top down at 7, 6, 1, 4, 5, 3, 2, and 8 on the bottom. The fractions 28 and 4. The half 58 and 4. 3/4 127 and 1. And the mile today, Jezebel Moose 156 flat. All right, barn area, you can bring them out for race 13. That's right, the 13th race is up next. Got a field of 8. Bring them out. Race 13 up next.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
longer. Not at all. Especially if the elevator's not working. I think you can still sit anywhere. I feel like. No. At the fair? I don't think. Yeah, for concerts, but I didn't think you did. I could be wrong though. I don't know. You're welcome to some. Believe me. I got about 5 more bags in. I'm trying to get you sold out of your thing. You keep it for a minute. Can you hold it? Wait, come on. I can't hold everything. Trying to get your stupid. Sold it out.
Horses out of the track now for the 13th race. Condition pacers lining up here, field of 8. They include the 1, Holden Steady, owned by Ray and Matt Rodriguez. Matt Rodriguez trains, Brandon Bates the driver. 2 is Scrappy coming up, owned by Leroy Hunt along with Milton Greer. Leroy Hunt trains, Matt Avanetti between the wheels. 3, Fox Valley Gemini, races for Jim Ballinger. Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard the pilot. 4, Fox Valley Steeler, owned by Benita Simmons and Ann Snyder. Tom Simmons trains, Wyatt Avanetti aboard. The 5 is Grand Champ, owned by Carolyn Wiley, Mike Parents the trainer, Jordan Patton the driver. 6, Super Shark, owned by George Pollock, Nick Prather trains, Travis Siekman will catch drive. The 7 is R. Tyler Town, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul along with Shelley Steele. Jerry Hansen trains Cordarius Stewart between the wheels. And rounding out the field, the 8 Koa, owned by the Chup Racing Stable, trained by Merv Chup, Juan Franco in the driver's seat.
By it all. I'm so busy. I just can't win because me as a habit, I get up, go to bathroom, I do I have bowl of Cheerios, and I got soup, and I have
Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 condition pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 13. Race time. There they go. Off 'em. Pacing, good start here toward the inside, driving out of there. Scrappy coming up from the center of the track. Fox Valley Steeler in between them. Fox Valley Gemini as they corner into that turn. 3 of them across the track. Widest of all, Fox Valley Steeler still in the 3 path. They're now toward the inside and getting to the rail. That's Fox Valley Gemini coming away second. Scrappy coming up has settled into the 3rd. Racing in 4th, that's Grand Champ. Caught on the outside and looking to drive on. Koa there to the inside comes. That is Racing Holding Steady back in 6th. 7th there, that is Super Shark, the trailer. Our Tyler Town past the quarter, heading up the backside. That first quarter, it's a snappy 27 seconds flat, and with the lead here and being used to get there, that's Fox Valley Steeler, but now yielding. Fox Valley Gemini wants to be on the front end today. That's Koa still parked out on the outside and looking to give chase to the pace. There to the outside comes Holding Steady now with cover. There along the inside, getting the shuffle along the inside in 5th. It's Scrappy coming up the half, 56 and 1. They're headed over to the far turn, racing to the 3/4 pole, and that is Casey Leonard looking to double up. He's got the old man, Fox Valley Gemini, continuing to pave the way, but a threat on the outside is a parked out Koa. Along the inside, saving all the ground now, Fox Valley Steeler. Second over, likely to come off the cover now. That's the gray Holding a Steady. Along the inside, Scrappy coming up, and then it's back there to Super Shark, our Tyler Town and Grand Champ. 3/4 time, 1:25 out of the turn, headed for home, and Fox Valley Gemini has come to play today, and he's opening up a lead of 4. The battle for minor shares. Super Shark with a late rally along with Holding Steady. Fox Valley Gemini and gonna win it over Super Shark. Holding Steady did get up for the show though, and then it was close for 4th. Either Fox Valley Steeler and possibly in that photo would have been Grand Champ. Fox Valley Gemini, Casey Leonard doubled up. $153 and 1, Fox Valley Gemini. Race 13 is in the books. Your race winner of the 3, Fox Valley Gemini. The 10-year-old bay gelding by Yankee Skyscaper out of the Cole Muffler mare, Epona. After a couple of runner-up finishes in the last 2, the victory today, the 3rd of the year and 67th lifetime victory for the old-timer Fox Valley Gemini. A 3rd winner on the day for the breeders, the Fox Valley Standardbreds. Fox Valley Gemini is owned by Jim Ballinger, trained by Terry Leonard. Driven to victory, a double on the day for driver Casey Leonard. Here's how they finished in race 13. Holden Steady 3rd. Scrappy coming up was 8th. Fox Valley Gemini, your race winner. Fox Valley Steeler 4th. Grand Champ wound up 5th. Super Shark 2nd. Our Tyler Town was 6th in a dead heat. Koa 6th in a dead heat. So rechecking top down, 3, 8, 1, 4, 5, 2. 6 dead heat, 6 dead heat on the bottom. The fractions 27 flat. The half 56 and 1. 3/4 and 125. The winning time today, Fox Valley Gemini 153 and 1. All right, Barn Area getting a little closer. Bring them out for race 14. The 14th of 15 is up next. You can bring them out. Race 14, a field of 8. We're ready for you. Bring them out. Horses out on the track now for race 14. Condition pacers in here. Field of 8, including the 1 Chesapeake Sunrise, owned and trained by David Mosley. Jordan Patton drives. 2 Fox Valley Tyrell, owned by the Castaldo Racing Stable. John K. trains. Casey Leonard, the pilot. 3 Fox Valley Jericho, owned by James Het, Jeff Scott, and Mike Brink, who also trains. Travis Seekman drives. 4 I Understand, owned and trained by Kevin Miller. Wyatt Avanetti handles the lines. 5 Copper Teen, owned, trained, and driven by Cordelia Stewart. 6 Sailor Sam, owned by the Heart and Soul Racing along with Jim Ballinger. Tom Simmons trains. Brandon Bates in the bike. 7 Peace Prize, owned by the Chupp Racing Stable. Merv Chupp trains. Juan Franco aboard. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Josie Rocks My World, owned by Janet Batley. Michelle Morgan trains. Gary Rath will drive. Starters called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. A field of 8 conditioned pacers all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, race 14. Post time. There they go. Often pacing from the very far outside. Josie Rocks My World's trying to leave. Now hustling up along the inside and getting out of there. That is toward the inside of Fox Valley Jericho as they corner into that turn. Chesapeake Sunrise also up with the early fray as they round that turn, though. It will be Fox Valley Jericho coming away with the lead. Gary Rath hung on the outside, but looking to drive on here with Josie Rocks My World parked to the quarter and a little more. Back in third, that's Chesapeake Sunrise. Sitting in fourth, as I understand. One from there racing next, that's Coppertine. Looking it over from a fifth, and then it's back on the inside of Fox Valley Tyrell. You're back to Sailor Sam and Peace Prize. They went the opening quarter 28-2 as they straighten out on the backside after clearing to the lead and now yielding. Here comes Fox Valley Jericho. It's the give and go and retakes that lead. Racing in the 2-hole now. Josie Rocks My World. And now action in the backfield. Jordan Patton pulled on the right line. And that's Chesapeake Sunrise coming to call early. Here up the backside. First up. Looking to pick up the cover there. Up on the outside and trying to work it up now. That's I understand. The half in 59-3. They did slow it down. 31-1 second quarter breather. But now putting a neck in front from the outside. That was a Chesapeake Sunrise, but battling back on the inside, Fox Valley Jericho. And Fox Valley Jericho and Siekman have regained that lead. Backpedaled a little off the first up trip. That is a Chesapeake Sunrise. Along the inside, saving some ground here. That's a Josie Rocks My World. Out of the turn and headed for home 3/4. 127-4. Down the lane they come. Can Siekman get 3 today? He's got Fox Valley Jericho holding a lead. Grandstand side, Coppertine, and even further out, Sailor Sam, I think, got there on the grandstand side to deny that was a Fox Valley Jericho in a photo along with a Coppertine. Also in the hunt there was, I understand, wide open for fifth, but Bates came from downtown to get there. Sailor Sam. 155-3. Race 14 is in the books, and coming on the grandstand side with a big rush here today, it's the 6, Sailor Sam. Sailor Sam, a 4-year-old bay gelding by some stars somewhere. Out of an always a virgin mare, down like a prom dress. It's the 5th win of the year, 10th lifetime victory for Sailor Sam. Bred by Carol Reynolds of Illinois, owned by Heart and Soul Racing, along with Jim Ballinger, Mr. Ballinger, with his 2nd win as an owner here today. Sailor Sam was trained by Tom Simmons, a grand slam on the day out of the 10 starters for trainer Tom Simmons. How about a grand slam on the day? Leads all drivers right now by Brendan Bates. Here's the official placings from race 14. Chesapeake Sunrise 6th, Fox Valley Tyrell 5th, Fox Valley Jericho 2nd. I Understand 4th, Copper Teen was 3rd. Sailor Sam, your race winner. Peace Prize wound up 8th. Josie Rocks My World 7th. So recheck top down 6, 5, 2, 4, 3, 1, 8, and 7 on the bottom. The fractions were 28 and 2, the half 59 and 3, 3/4 at 127 and 4. Winning time today for Sailor Sam 155 and 3. All right, barn area, here's the final race of the afternoon. Race 15 is up next. Condition Pacers in here. Race 15, you can bring them out for the finale. Once again, racing fans here on track or by live streaming, don't forget we're going to come back here and do it all again tomorrow with 17 races tomorrow. And it's start time once again as usual here in Springfield, 12 o'clock Central Standard Time. That's a 17 race card here at Springfield tomorrow, 12 o'clock Central Standard Time.
mostly all people from Springfield. Taking care of them. That's all I need. Good things are coming. Bulletproof? Should always wear your bulletproof. You especially. Because then it doesn't peek through and nobody knows. Is there a bra called a bulletproof? No, that's what I call it. It's padded. Are we in hold? Did you mark this as one? Yeah, this is yours. This is yours. I told her to put it in. This is mine. I don't think you will either. One. The last one.
Horses out on the track now for the 15th and final race of the afternoon. A field of 8 condition pacers lining up. One Hi Ho, he's silver, owned by Robert Silverberg, P. Turnin, Jim Eaton, and M. Brown. Jim Eaton trains and Wyatt Evanetti will drive. The 2 Free Art, owned by Benita Simmons, trained by Tom Simmons, Brandon Bates between the wheels. 3 Revelry, owned by Jackson Loy, trained and driven by Richard Finn. 4 Fox Valley Bruin, owned by Jim Ballinger, Terry Leonard trains, Casey Leonard the pilot. 5 Fox Valley Boxer, owned by Final Turn along with Mark Winship, Rob Riddoff trains, Corderia Stewart in the driver's seat. 6 Rockin' Republic, leased and trained by Nick Prather, Travis Seekman aboard. 7 Legal Liar, races for the Chupp Racing Stable, Merv Chupp trains, Juan Franco the driver. And rounding out the field, the 8 is Love is Blue, owned by Gary and Catherine Rath. Gary Rath trains and drives. For the final time today, starter Roy Finn, accompanied by starting gate driver Stacy DeRouse, has called for the horses to line up. Gates rolling. It's a field of 8 condition pacers, all on gate. Suburban Downs at Springfield, 15th and final race. Race time! There they go. Often Racing, Rockin' Republic left to the inside. Ho He Silver, Free Art also's got it fired up as they head toward that turn. Hi Ho He Silver between them. That is a Free Art, and widest of all cornering, Rockin' Republic. And Rockin' Republic, quickest of all, has come away with the early lead. Hi Ho He Silver landed in second. Free Art looking to extend a winning streak will sit in third, 3 lengths off the lead right now. A gap of 2 to Fox Valley Bruin, and then another 2 to Fox Valley Boxer. That's a revelry along the inside into 6th. Legal Liar 7th. Love is Blue. Can see them all. They're headed up the backstretch here off a first quarter. 27 seconds flat. Rockin' Republic having a good campaign here. His 7-year-old season leading the way up the backside with Seekman aboard. That is the gray. Hi Ho He Silver racing along in the pocket. Free Art and Brandon Bates are on hold right now, sitting in third. A length and a half back in fourth. That's Fox Valley Bruin past the half, heading toward the far turn. Movement in the backfield now. Moving up on the outside there. That's Legal Liar, the half. 56-1. Racing into the far turn. Rockin' Republic and Free Art. The two here are going to duel it out now as they race midway into that turn. Hi Ho He Silver is in with a shot in third. Also up on the outside there racing in fourth. That's Legal Liar. They're past the 3 quarters, and Seekman and Bates are both going to work here. Rockin' Republic and Free Art as they come out of the turn. 3 quarters and 125 flat. 28 and 4 third quarter. Homeward bound to the finale, and Rockin' Republic strong today. Back in second is Hi Ho He Silver in deep stretch. Strides are long and strong. Rockin' Republic gonna win the finale over Hi Ho He Silver. Then it was Free Art, followed by Fox Valley Boxer. Looked like Legal Liar got the nickel. Seekman with a triple. Rockin' Republic making a triple for trainer Nick Prather. They win the finale. Final time here, Rockin' Republic. How about 152-4? Race 15 is in the books. Your race winner, number 6, Rockin' Republic. A 7-year-old brown gelding, a son of Pet Rock, out of the Dragon Again mare, my Juliana's Girl. It's the 5th win in 8 starts, throw in 3 runner-up finishes as well. A nice campaign for Rockin' Republic, a 7-year-old. It's now lifetime victory win number 28 from 80 lifetime starts and closes in on that $200,000 mark in lifetime earnings. Rockin' Republic was bred by Alan J. Racing of PA. Leased and trained, a 3rd winner on the day, a training triple for trainer Nick Prather. Rockin' Republic driven to victory. Here's a hat trick on the day for driver Travis Seekman. Here's the official placings from race 15. Hi Ho, He's Silver, 2nd. Free Art, 3rd. Revelry Roundup, 8th. Fox Valley Bruin finished 7th. Fox Valley Boxer, 4th. Rockin' Republic was your race winner. Legal Liar wound up 5th. Love is Blue was 6th. Recheck top down 2, 3, 8, 7, 4, 1, 5, and 6 on the bottom. The fractions 27 seconds flat. The half 56 and 1. 3/4 and 125. Rockin' Republic 152 and 4. Well, that's going to wrap up a nice 15 race card here this afternoon. A special thanks to all the horsemen and women for their support throughout the day. Also a special thanks to all of the harness racing officials, the IHHA for their sponsorship of our live streaming put on by Trot and Pace Marketing. A special thanks to the grounds crew and track crew here in Springfield today. We're going to come back and do it all again tomorrow. A 17 race card here tomorrow, and it'll get underway at 12 o'clock Central Standard Time. Until then, this is track announcer Rick Uppel saying thank you and good afternoon.